everyone, and welcome to Paris, France on day 3 of the World Karate Federation's Individual Karate Championship qualification phase. It's the last day of the tournament, and our program comes to you from the Pierre de Coubertin Sports Stadium in the heart of the capital city of France. And the program is live streamed on the World Karate Federation's YouTube channel and will cover all 4 tatami. I'm Billy Brennan, and joining me to provide you with live commentary will be some of the sport's biggest names, including Olympic, world and continental champions, as well as some of the sport's best coaches. And that'll be coming a little later. But as the competition for the final day gets underway, just give you a little insight into how the qualification phase works. Qualification process for the 2025 World Individual Karate Championships includes a combination of pre-qualified athletes and the qualification tournament. Pre-qualification was available through the previous individual World Senior Championships and the WKF World Ranking System. And the World Karate Federation has made a major step forward in changing the way the World Championships operate. So instead of having both team and individual in the one championships, now we have the World Cup for teams, and that was held last year. And this year it's for the individuals, and they will alternate every other year. So this is the first time also that there's been a round-robin system. Now there are 24 athletes that have already qualified on the road to Cairo in each of the categories. And the final qualification spots will be determined by the WKF tournament here in Paris. This is the qualification phase. Along with these athletes that qualify here, there will be 2 universality places, and that will ensure global representation. As we see, the tournament is now underway, and what I'll try to do is give you an insight into how the competition is developing, and on each of those tatamis. Now I know that the commentary will be coming to you across all 4 tatami, so please forgive me if it sounds a little strange to you, because this is an idea, a new project that the WKF are trying to implement that will see live stream for these events to take place, so you can keep up to speed with what's going on from one tatami to the next, and it gives you an opportunity then to decide which one you want to stay with, which tatami you want to stay with, or whether indeed you want to look at something different. So on tatami number 1 we have a match that's underway, and this is between Croatia and Switzerland. And Switzerland are now 1-0 up and has that sensu, and that is between Street of Switzerland and Lisak of Croatia. Now, some of these athletes' names you will know because they will be competing in either the Youth League or the Karate 1A series, and some obviously in the Premier League as well. And there are other athletes that you may not know particularly well. But this is the world platform for some countries that would not normally travel and not be able to travel around the world to take part in the other activities that the WKF have, such as the Youth Leagues, A Series and Premier League. But of course everyone wants to come together when the World Championships are at home or ready to have a go and to try to qualify. So on tatami number 2, there's a bout between Portugal and Kazakhstan. Usanova of Kazakhstan is leading 1-0 against Barros of Portugal. And we're in the female minus 55 kilogram. On tatami number 3, the bout is between Belgium. Heidi of Belgium is leading 5-0 against Macau, China. And on tatami number 4, massive score. Just saw a convincing win a 3-0 lead, should I say. Still a great score for Mexico. And that's on tatami number 4. On the top of each of the screens that you're looking at, you should find the graphic that gives explanation of how the scores are. And that graphic will give you also the time of the bout, how the bout is progressing, what the score is, how many warnings there are, how many of those yellow cards that you can see, those yellow squares, they are either Chuis or Hansoku Chui or a Hansoku. So basically, if you're not completely familiar with the rules, there are 3 Chui. That would be 1, 2, or 3 yellow cards. The 4th one is a Hansoku Chui, and then they're getting perilously close to disqualification. And the last one is indeed Hansoku. So on tatami number 4, Korea is in the red colors. Yang of Korea is up against Azerbaijan's Sadigova. Match is only 25 or 30 seconds into it now, and it's a 0-0 score. Still 0-0 on tatami number 1, and that's the second bout. It's only 30 seconds coming up into that bout. It's between Kosovo and Macedonia. Oh, beg your pardon, Malaysia. And that is between Garavilla and Robert. Now the qualification tournament includes this round-robin phase, which is followed by an elimination phase, and that elimination phase depends on the total number of entries. Now there is no seeding applied to the qualification tournament because most of the top seeds, the 24 top seeds, have already qualified for the individual World Championships. And in this competition, the draw will be without a ranking or standing criteria, and will have randomly assigned athletes to one of the groups. So at the draw, which was held on Friday last, the athletes were assigned their places in the groups, and they had no idea at that point who they would be facing. And whilst in the group, they will compete against each other, and only the top one of each group will go through. Now the round-robin format consists of either 6, 8 or 12 groups with a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 6 athletes. Now depending on the number of participants, and there are 12 athletes that will compete in the elimination phase. If, for example, there are 12 groups, then only the very top athlete goes through. If there are groups of 6 or 8, then it'll either be the top 8 or the top 6 go through, then the next 4 places will be made up of the remaining best placed second, who finished second in the group with the highest score. Once they get to that elimination phase, those 12 athletes will then be competing for the 6 places that are available to qualify for the individual world championships in Cairo. So that is a winner takes all competition. That bout will determine who goes to the world championships and who goes home. Because come second in that bout, you get nothing. Apart, of course, from the pride of being among those 12 athletes that are contesting that last positions, those final positions in the World Championships. I just want to gain a bit of an update on tatami number 1. Just 2 seconds to go. There's a 1-1 score. Now there's a video review for blue. On tatami number 2, the score is still 0-0. It's a new bout. Sweden versus Rwanda. On tatami number 3, it's Slovenia versus Romania. Igor of Romania is 1-0 up against Dakovic of Slovenia. And as you see on tatami number 4, from time to time the leaderboard will pop up to give you an indication of how the athletes are progressing. There's 3 points allotted to a win in the division, in the group, and 1 point for a score draw, but no points for a 0-0 draw or a loss. And at the end of the group phase, the athlete with the highest score is the one to qualify. And if there are less than 12 in the 12 groups, then it is the best finishing second place to qualify. And there's a great deal of information to digest, I understand, and I'll try and repeat some of that as we go through the day. And we will have our first guest commentator coming up a little later in the program.
Got it.
So we have an opportunity for an update on where we are with the competition. We have our first guest commentator who's just arrived. We'll introduce the guest commentator in just a moment. But on tatami number 1, we have Cote d'Ivoire and Serbia. On tatami number 2, Scotland versus Jamaica. Tatami number 4, France versus Korea. And the athletes just coming on to tatami number 3, we have Romania and Belgium. If you're unfamiliar with the procedure, if you wanted to find out, when I did the introduction at the beginning of the live stream, there's quite a bit of information on there, so you could whip back to the beginning and just listen to some of that. I'll repeat that, of course, later in the program as well. We aren't providing live play-by-play commentary for any particular individual tatami, rather a broad-based commentary, just giving some update on the various actions across the board as we go through. We do have the live stream, of course, and we want to grow the audience. And this is a part of a trial for the WKF to have some commentary for the elimination, the pool stages of competition, and particularly the individual world championships. And we are aware, obviously, of various people around the world who are already watching on the live stream. For example, there's Francisco David Martinez Veinga of Mexico, who's online at the moment, and he's watching tatami number 4. So a big shout out to Francisco. Francisco, if you have any questions for the guest commentator, please put it in the chat, and if we can give you the answers, we'll certainly do that. Similarly, we have Adnan, who's watching, and he's on tatami number 3. Tatami number 1, Musumi Pramanik. Musumi, welcome. Glad to see that you're online and watching us. Demon Delitha of Nepal. Nepal is a fantastic country. We've seen those flags flying in the competition, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more moving forward. So that's the process that we're going through, basically to introduce our next guest commentator. Many people will be familiar with the work that he's doing at the moment. A former athlete, and now a coach, and from the United States, Cameron Madani, more popularly known now as Coach Cam.
Yes.
Great to see you here, Cameron.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm, first of all, honored to be back on. We've had some pretty memorable experiences being together and watching some amazing matches and doing some commentary over some amazing matches. So thanks for having me back. I am very, very, very excited for this event. And my old category is going up right now as we speak.
Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to get you in here, because
perfect.
You don't often get a chance. Okay, you can't be sitting in the chair as a coach,
sure,
but you can be giving your views on how your athletes are performing, and they're doing well.
Most definitely. So far, yes, we're just coming up short, but I hope that our athlete in minus 84, Brian Buka, will be able to be our first one that can qualify through this event. We have 6 already qualified through the different phases already to this point, but we need, today is going to be a big day for us.
And in your absence, you're not in the chair, but the head coach for the United States, is this Brody or yourself?
Yes.
Or do you work in tandem?
No, we work together, obviously. All the coaches for the U.S. team are great right now. Our staff is working very, very functionally and supportively together. Now, Brody is our high performance director, but also a coach, so he's overseeing everything. He's the big boss, making sure everything is, the ship is steering in the right direction, and our job is to support that mission. And it's for the athletes to get the best results.
Absolutely. Now, you've commentated with me before as a guest commentator, Cameron, and there is, of course, the match that was an outstanding one.
Correct.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Huge viewership on YouTube, isn't it? Mm-hmm. The score, phenomenal, was it? 15-13
in the end. Yeah, it was. I mean, first of all, what a venue, and it's coming around full circle because we're going to be back in Cairo for the World Championship final, right? Final phase, and having that match be one of the most viewed matches of all time for karate itself. Us there, and then my mom being one of the center referee was pretty special. You know, it's pretty.
And she's here.
She's here, yes.
Running the show.
Running one of the tatamis over in Tatami 4.
Very
yes.
important cog in the WKF wheel, certainly from the refereeing point of view.
Well, I appreciate that.
And just your impression of the tournament and how it's running, what it looks like.
Well, I think the format is special, right? And that whenever there's something that's special, it comes with some challenges as well, right? So having the different pools, between 8 in some categories and 12 pools in other categories, right? There's some, and then each one having fluctuating sizes between them, right? 3 all the way up to 5, you know, people in the same pool. It's a lot of fighting, a lot of challenges that come with that, and I think it's actually very good for our sport, because now you're not just out after one match.
Exactly,
right? And if an athlete has maybe not the best performance in one match, they still have the rest of the pool to work their way back up. But then those athletes that are dominant, you see it happen throughout the whole thing. And
with the round robin system that we have now, and the expense of travel,
right?
You know, an athlete can come from one side of the world, and what was 3-minute bouts, they lose, and they're on the plane going back home. And some will find it embarrassing. Not that they should do it,
right? Because
it's the sport, and in a knockout phase, that's the way it works. But some will go back, and people will say, "Oh, how did you do in the World Championship?" And they're going, "Oh, well." But in a round-robin system, okay, they might not be firing on all cylinders right in the first match, but in the second match, maybe they come through. And that's the great thing about it, isn't it?
Right, no, and listen, our sport has you've said it time and time again, that our sport has so many things to highlight between different abilities, technicalities, but then also the athletes and their personalities, right? And more opportunities to show that is better. So I like this system a lot, and it gives, I talked about it on the WKF podcast, this is it gives the opportunity for athletes that are not in the Premier League system yet or in the Premier League circuit yet to have a taste for that round robin, right? That pool play, working out type system.
I referred with one of the other commentators, Douglas Bruce, who is a guest commentator yesterday. That amazing three-time world champion.
Yeah, great guy.
We're talking about a kind of conveyor belt, and the youth, the grassroots, the national competitions, the youth league, international league, the A series, the Premier Leagues. It's this kind of continuum, this journey that everybody sets off on. And that belt is continually running until you get to the very top, which is now the World Championships. The World Games has been quite recent in China.
Right.
And that was an incredible event.
What an amazing event. Yeah, I mean, the different games events that surround our sport are already special. Hopefully back to the Olympic Games soon.
2032 in Brisbane.
That's our shot, right? Right.
America, though, USA, 2028.
I know. We just came up a little short, and I mean, right? It comes down to the country and their preferences as well, and a lot of things that we don't know about. But there's a lot of great things happening, and our sport is evolving in a great way. That conveyor belt that you just mentioned is a perfect model for what's going to get us back to that Olympic stage, I think. And it wasn't there before. Before, you qualified for the national team, and you had your continental event and World Championships, and that was it. It was just those two events for the junior and senior level, and that's it. But now you have all these opportunities to travel, compete, work, and go from there.
I mean, you can look at it. It's incremental almost, isn't it? It's like almost like a ladder.
Right.
The rungs of the ladder are closer together. That makes it easier to get up.
I like that analogy.
You know? If the rungs of the ladder are too far apart, you can't reach the next one.
Right, or at least even see it, right?
Yes. So the more karate competition opportunity, regular competition against quality opposition.
There we go. Yep. I mean, mic drop, right? That was it. that was worded perfectly. Yeah. What are some of the highlights that have been up for this event for you?
It is phenomenal, and in some ways, I know it may be frustrating for some viewers who are watching. They're thinking, "Oh, we should be quiet. Let me just watch the match. I'm interested in."
Sure.
I guess you could turn the volume down. You could mute, and still enjoy. But the WKF want to bring a different kind of approach, not just simply play-by-play on one and focus on one mat only, but to have a chance to get people, guest commentators coming in like yourself, with the initiatives that you're introducing now, using the technology that is available. You've got a really good Instagram and TikTok format that you're now putting together as Coach Cam.
Yes.
You were just on the podcast with Mitchell Durham.
Right.
And Nathan. And that was really good.
That was a great time.
That's a brilliant initiative that the WKF has brought in.
I mean, I completely agree. I think just getting more views. We already talked about it earlier, but there's so much and so many people that go into our sport. And being able to highlight the stories, let alone the people themselves, let alone the system that's bringing all these people together, all these athletes together, all these referees together, all the commentators together, whatever it might be, is important. And I think through the podcast itself is one thing, but then what I'm trying to do on my channel is just advocate and highlight athletes and all the things that come up in our sport in a fun, but then also educational kind of format.
Fun.
Yeah.
Keyword.
Yes,
fun. Because sport is wonderful, and to be successful on the mat is absolutely brilliant. But if it's painful, if it's stressful, if it's uncomfortable, I'm not so sure that's good for your health.
Right.
But if it's fun and enjoyable, I know it's a very serious business, but there's got to be a fine balance, hasn't there?
Right. And that fine balance is, I'm so happy you said that, because you understand it, because you've been in some of the most legendary matches as a referee, and understanding that I'm sure you enjoyed some of those matches. Shout out to Rafael and Co, right?
And Kata,
of course, in some amazing kata bouts. But very similar to what you experienced, that these athletes are balancing the intensity versus enjoyment of the moment, right? And enjoying that intensity that comes up with being able to give everything. And the athletes that you're seeing be successful not only in this event, but the stars, the grand winners of our sport throughout the Premier League circuit are individuals who are able to enjoy this process while also being able to put that intensity into what they do.
Exactly right. But just a chance to have a quick catch-up on the match. On tatami number 1, there's a bout between Kosovo and Georgia. That's just started at 0-0. On tatami number 2, we have a match between Senegal and... that's an interesting one. I'll come back to that one in just a moment. Tatami number 4, we have Spain versus the Kingdom Republic of South Africa. On tatami number 3, Chinese Taipei and North Macedonia. So there's plenty of action going on the match. Scores are 3-0. Kosovo just come back in now on tatami number 1. 2 minutes 22 seconds on the clock. Chinese Taipei and North Macedonia still drawing on tatami number 2. So flitting around between the tatamis is an interesting way of doing things, don't you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm actually really happy with this format as well because there's a lot of action. And highlighting just one tatami would not be fair. It would not do justice to these athletes, you know. You have some high-ranking athletes that just got, edged out of qualifying for the final phase of the World Championships, and they're here. But then you also have some real strong newcomers, or for lack of a better word, underdogs that are performing like absolute beasts, amazing works throughout it all. And the qualification bouts from yesterday, wow, some amazing highlights.
The standard that some of the athletes are achieving here. And we've got to remember, the top 24 are already through.
Correct.
It just shows the quality of karate that is starting to be produced.
Correct.
Because of the process that they've come into this, with the junior ranks into the senior ranks. You've finished competing now, and your focus is on coaching and promotion of the sport.
For sure.
Karate is a lifelong journey, and there's so many facets that you can enter into. Which part of it excites you most?
So I'm going to be honest, I love the coaching side. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but I talk to my students all the time in my dojo back home or my club back home, and the 3 main avenues to continue the realm of sport is either the athlete, coach, or referee outlet, right? And either one of these 3 allow you to keep on the circuit, perfect yourself, seek the endeavor, right, of the whole sport itself, and allow you to keep growing. One thing for sure is I have to keep training. I mean, granted, I still am, knock on wood, I'm still able to, like yourself, but you what was that? You do the 100 push-ups every morning? What was the rule?
Yes, I do.
There you go. You see?
And so I have done for the last 40 years.
40 years. I'm trying to be like Billy.
Every day. 200 squats, 100 push-ups.
100 push-ups, you see?
It's a challenge for everyone.
There we go. Everybody's got to get the challenge, right? My dad was mentioning that to me. He said, man, Billy's on another level. He keeps his training up even when he has the long days of commentary or refereeing and everything, right? Yeah.
You have to.
So, but it's because of that karate spirit, the karate mindset that you are applying, even though you're not necessarily in the box or on the tatami. You're right next to it, but you're holding the same standards for everything, right?
The beautiful thing about karate is, in my opinion, after more than 50 years in karate and martial arts in general, the physical attribute is the byproduct. The real benefit is the way it makes you think and feel. That's the key, because it has such an important impact on the way you live your life. So that's the trick. That's the trick. Kick and punch is good.
I'm right. I'm completely with you. Yeah.
How you think when the proverbial hits the fan, you dig deep and you call on that martial arts spirit,
right,
to help you through bad times.
Oh yeah, all the different times, right? And that's Can we do, is there another mic drop?
Okay.
You worded it so perfectly.
Hey, listen, this is not about me.
No,
It's
for
about
sure.
you,
We're here
and it's
together.
about these
We're
athletes on the
enjoying
mat.
this amazing event, and I mean some amazing bouts. Yesterday, some of the highlights that stood out were another high-scoring match in one of the qualification bouts from
14 points.
14 points, yeah.
Tremendous yesterday
From the Saudi
on that
athlete in
night.
-60, and he performed so well. But then also, you know, it's just great stuff. And this is the funny part, right? As a spectator, I love being a spectator. I love coaching a lot, but sometimes just being a spectator and letting your mind at ease and not having to analyze what's happening is great. The funny part about it, though, is when you're watching one tatami, you always miss the big shot on the other one, and then as soon as your eyes flip over to that other one, you miss what happened on the original one. So this is why I like the four.
But the beauty of the live stream,
Right.
You can choose
You can
to go
look at
back
all
and
of
have a
them.
look at the game.
Exactly.
Now, with the TV production, okay, you can focus on one match, you can do play-by-play, that's great. But once the program's finished, it's gone.
Right.
But with live stream, you can choose which match to look at, which one to come back to, and it's there forever.
Right. Right. Is there any techniques you're feeling like have been scoring a lot throughout these last few days?
Well, the variety between these athletes is there's no, it depends on which weight class. Some of the lighter weights, fantastic kicks. Haven't seen so many takedowns with Ippon scores, but that could come in the elimination phases. That's the thing.
For sure.
Once these pool round robin is being complete and we get down to the last 12 athletes in each of these divisions, that is the real business end of the competition, because it's winner takes all. Only 6 go through to the World Championship finals.
Right.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
But yeah,
There's
it
no
is.
silver medal.
Oh no, oh no. There's one ticket per category, right? And everybody's working for it. Now, we got another karate family here, in Tatami 3, I believe it is. The French
Tatami
athlete
3.
from
This is
the
between
French
France
athlete.
and Jordan.
Correct. Absalom is the younger sister of 4 siblings.
Abdesalem.
Yes. And that's another karate family right there. Yeah, Celia is she's one of the rising stars of the sport too, fighting another strong athlete from Jordan here. But I mean, you know, karate families are everywhere.
Of course
we
they
got
are.
the Kvesic brothers, of course the Badatis, and then the Abdusalims as well. You know?
Al-Sawi twins from Kuwait.
Oh, for sure. The twins are great.
Incredible.
They're awesome guys too, and they've been around forever too, which is awesome. I remember the first time I went to the Dubai Open before it was a Premier League. It was still part of the Golden League, where they were trying to get it into the Golden League, and that's when I first saw these guys. And it was awesome because they made it to the finals of the male kata category, and they went against each other. And it was funny. It was so identical. I don't know how, like, the kata's not their looks, not just their looks because they're twins, but I don't know how the judges, you know, made the decision on which kata was better that day. But it's
and they've been commentators, of course, for some of the events. And it's so funny because they will both answer the question with the same answer. It's exactly at the same time.
At the same
It's
time,
incredible.
yeah. I think they're team kata athletes or something.
I think it's just
they
one
might,
person there, really. And it's almost, is it an illusion?
That's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool.
Okay, let's have a catch-up. On tatami number 1, we have Georgia versus Kosovo. And Jakub Azdani is leading 3-0 on tatami number 1. On tatami number 2, it's Azerbaijan and Romania. And that score is 3-2 in favor of Turgut Hazanov of Azerbaijan. On tatami number 3, France versus Jordan. And it is Celia Abdesalem who's leading 1-0 on tatami number 3 with 27 seconds still to go. Tatami number 4 is England's Ashton Patrick, and she's up against a Venezuelan, Alexander Vasquez Nieto, and that is a 1-0 lead for Ashton Patrick with the century advantage. No, that's completely wrong. I beg your pardon, because the graphic I've been given is for the male Kumite minus 84 kilogram. That's not good, is it? This
Just
is
a little
not
switch
bad.
up. I think they're updating right now,
Yeah,
but
they've changed it over now, haven't they? And there we go. 1 minute 27 seconds. England versus Venezuela. That's on Tatami number 4. Tatami number 3 is about to get started. But it's the third day of competition, third and final day of competition.
yeah, it's
And getting through to the heavier weights in the divisions. And your weight when you were competing, Cameron?
was under 84 as well. So I'm a little biased. I like this one a lot. You know, I think under 84 has a lot of strength, but still retains some of the speed and explosiveness that might be there from some of the lighter weight categories as well. But I mean, two really highlight ones of our sport right now. Under 55 kilograms is going with two of the ladies over here, and also under 84, which are two of the highlight categories across all of karate right now.
On Tatami number 3, that is Bosnia and Herzegovina.
It's actually a really good matchup.
Nezra Sipovic up against Turkey's Rezan Imzurmra. And that's 0-0 at the moment. It's only 15 seconds, 45 seconds into the bout, so there's still plenty of time for that to change. Georgia and Kosovo on Tatami number 1. Kosovo leading 3 points to 1. Tatami number 2, North Montenegro, and Montenegro versus Qatar, and that is a 1-0 lead. On Tatami number 2, that's Montenegro's Nikola Molovic. Tatami number 4, Ashton Patrick, now training against Venezuela's Vasquez Nieto, 3 points to 1. And just 9 seconds left on that, so it's going to require a big score. When you're in that position, Cameron, when you are a fighter on the mat, what goes through your head? What do you want to do to try and get that big score and change things around?
You're highlighting a very important moment in our sport right there, because background, besides wanting to coach the technical side, my expertise comes in coaching mental, right? Coaching the mind of athletes and how they can optimize it throughout the different parts. So a lot of the videos or different things that I post about is actually what happens in the mind, or what you're thinking, or how you're processing in those different moments. So one of the key concepts for the athletes coming into this event was don't panic, right? And as much as I don't want to sound, negative, right? Don't panic is a very negative statement. So it's optimizing, then staying present with whatever's there. A quick acceptance of whatever the score might be. So when you get hit with a big score, that's a part of our sport. A lot of athletes go into that panic mode.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's part of our sport. You can score 3 points just as much as you can get 3 points scored on you. And accepting that will then allow them to say, okay, let me get back to my strategy. Let me get back to all that planning that we've done to find my score to get myself back in this match.
Yes. Now, as a coach, how do you train that into your athletes?
Most definitely,
to be able to manage and cope with that emotion?
Right. Well, very similarly to what we talked about again once before, there's a fun way, but then there's also the business end. The business end is you need to have routines, right? And so you'll see it a lot of times with how athletes walk back to the line. That's their designated reset, or that's how they're doing. Maybe it's a fix of the hair. Maybe it's a tightening of the belt. Maybe it's something that they do with their gloves. And that is basically their automatic reset, and training what that specific thing is to get themselves back into the moment and then back into the present for the next exchange.
Do you know, I like that analogy, because that's a physical act,
right?
To have, it's like pressing the reset button on a computer.
Correct. Yeah, no, exactly. And we're in a tactile sport, right? These athletes are so experienced and so high skilled. They can tell how much pressure is on their glove, right? When they're hitting a target, or even the kata athletes, you don't have to look. They know where their foot position is, where their big toe is, where their left pinky is, and they understand their body so much that they know where everything is at every given moment. So that's why having a reset that's tactile, they're doing something physically, makes that big difference for them.
And most of the athletes are professional or semi-professional,
Right.
and they will have a team around them now. Sports psychologists is a really important aspect, and nutritionists
Right.
have their physiotherapists and
Right.
the whole team.
Right.
It's not just the athlete. They have to have that kind of entourage around to make that work. And how do you recruit people into that position?
Yeah, so some teams have those people for them already preset, but the U.S., as we were like on the Olympic cycle, had some key players in that whole role, but then a lot of times I have to find them on my own, and it comes down to what you can use and what you need for what resources you have. So I was lucky enough to find, for example, one physio who was a chiro, a physio, and a PT in one.
Wow.
Right? But then now I notice that that's a challenge for a lot of other athletes, and that's why I'm putting out this content that I am now, right? Like, nobody really talks, or it's hard to find a lot of people that you can talk to about how to process things mentally, right?
Yes.
And I want to be able to give that resource for all athletes, because the mind is the one thing that goes everywhere with us. Even when we're sleeping, the mind is still processing,
absolutely.
working. And all of the energy that's being put in is important to be able to process. And going back to what I was talking about before, the fun side of it too is important, right? And processing these things as a fun way. So in one of the training camps I had recently, we did like a skit basically, and have the athletes play through, well, what if you just got cracked and hit really hard and you had to go see the doctor in the middle of a match?
Okay.
How are you going to reset yourself in that moment? Now, the athletes had a lot of fun with it because they weren't actually hitting each other, but they were making all these charades about, pretending that they just got hit and they're rolling on the floor and, wow, my knee, my nose, my this, my that, and then actually having a reset that they would do in those kinds of moments. Or what if, it's 5 seconds left and you just got scored on?
Yeah.
The easiest emotion to have is grief, right? But then when you play through it, it almost diminishes how negative that response is.
Yes.
By having them work through it at that moment. Yeah.
Yes. So there's a form of mental rehearsal
Right.
with this, developing these scenarios in your mind. Just a point on your team. Okay. I guess the answer would be, well, it depends on how they're successful on the mat. But the question would be, how do you measure the effectiveness of a psychologist?
Right. Right.
How do you know whether that is working?
Do we have another 3 hours?
Right.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the initial or quickest answer to that is, let's see how they do here.
Yeah, on the mat.
And if we've been prepping their mind for this event, let's see how they do here. The second variation of that, right? Because everybody can have a bad day.
Of course.
And sometimes, let's be honest, you just get beat.
Sometimes the other person's just better.
You just lose. That's what sports are. That's where we're at. And so if we can look at both of those, and the athlete can come off the mat and genuinely say that everything that they had in them was exerted on the mat, all the effort, all the tactics, all the energy, and they were there for the whole 3 minutes, or in this case, throughout their different rounds, 9, 12 minutes between their different bouts, then you're working in the right direction.
Yes, absolutely.
You're working in the right direction.
And debrief is an important phase.
Oh, wow. Another 3 hours right there, yes. I couldn't agree more. And that's actually one of the skills that we're working on with the U.S. athletes, is not only the debrief at the end of the day, but the debrief between matches. Yes. We were back in this same venue in January, and from January until now, I've been working on a structure for these athletes to come up with strong resets between their matches as well. And so that debrief is not at the point where I'm holding on to all the things that happened from my previous match into my next. Or, like a lot, sometimes, and I was in that spot myself, I can confidently say I lost at a Premier League to the point where my third match, I knew I wasn't getting out of the pool. Right?
Okay.
But you still have to go fight another match.
Yes.
How are you going to approach that, right? What are the things you're going to do? What way do you want to approach that? How you're not getting out? Are you going to be someone that gives up in that moment? Or are you going to be someone that's rising to the occasion and says, hey, I have the opportunity to have another match at this level with these athletes, with these competitors. I'm going to take advantage of that and finish out the way I want.
Now, here's a thought that you just triggered in my mind. you and I going into your last match, and you know that you're not going to get out of the pool.
Right.
That's going to affect your commitment and performance.
For sure.
But if your opponent is going into that match knowing you can't come out of that pool, and that determines whether they go through or not.
Right.
That's an interesting.
Oh, you're talking about the psychology of our sport, right? And then, you know, the referees that go into it too. We got to give them a lot of credit as well. And the thoughts that go between, you know, behind protests and even the challenges of the long days, right?
Yeah.
And maybe there was one. Oh man, as a coach, I can tell you this is a real one too. Before getting back to that same point you made, right? Like I see a punch and I'm like, oh, should I have VR'd that? Should I have not VR'd that? Or any technique, right? And it's the same thing that's this 3 minutes that you watch on the live stream for any of these tatamis is an execution of pure psychological chess between everybody that's involved in that 3 minute bout. And so with those moments that you mentioned, right, like, you know, there's an athlete that's not making out, another athlete that determines their moment, right? Some people might just give up. The thing that I work with my athletes on is, who are you as a person? It needs to portray in that moment. Are you the kind of person that says, I'm going to rise to the occasion? Are you the kind of person that says, I'm just here to enjoy it then and give my best performance? What are you looking at there to make sure you have the best abilities in that moment so you can get the best performance? But this is a very common thing for us, right? It's a very common thing, you know, as you go through it. Did you ever feel like there was a hard part in the referee cycle with your thought process of it all?
I think if you're taking part in sport, it doesn't always go the way you hope it to go.
Sure.
You would imagine it does. What is important though is when referees will make mistakes because they're humans, they're not robots.
Right.
And that's understandable. But it is trying to avoid repeating the mistake, to learn from the experience, to understand how to control that emotion. And these referees are professional. There's a ranking system with the referees now that means these are the best of the referees.
Correct.
They can't just decide to rock up to an event like this and just hop on, and maybe they haven't done many matches. Those days are long gone.
Right.
Now these referees have to do the A series, they have to do the Premier Leagues, they have to do the Continental Championships to make them the best they can be and to rise up the ranking of the referee program. And that's why they are all so incredibly good. They will make mistakes, some, from time to time. Everybody will make a mistake eventually, but the better you get, the fewer mistakes you make.
Correct. And that's...
Can I just ask you a question?
Most definitely.
Because this is, we have Armin Rahman, who's watching Tatami #1. He believes the best athlete at the moment is Al Jafari, the best fighter.
Oh man, he's going to start a debate right there.
No. Al Jafari is an exceptional fighter.
Oh, quite an exceptional.
But putting US fighters aside,
okay.
Who is your inspiration on the tatami, and who would you tell your athletes to look at this person, male or female, kata or kumite? They're the ones you need to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard question. Directly, you know, the faces of karate are, I mean, again, I'm biased, I know that. I'm going to be honest about it, but in -84, we have some pretty star individuals between Muhammad Al Jafari and Yusuf Badawi, right? The Egyptian cast right now, if you will, between Abdullah in -75, Yusuf in -84, and then Taha in +84. Those three are special in their own right. And I'm honest to God, you could go through the whole array of different categories.
But isn't that wonderful that you could do that?
Right, and there's someone special. Oh my gosh, and
in all divisions.
The female athletes are special too. I mean, obviously, again, I know I'm biased. At -55, Trinity is an absolute weapon on the mat and someone that a lot of young athletes look up to. But this event itself brings a lot of great talent and great athletes as well in that regard. On Tatami 2, you know, a very strong matchup in Juan Macedo from Uruguay versus the Belgian athlete here. And Walid is very good, man. You cannot count him out at any point in time. He's gonna find a way to try and be successful. 2-2 with Senchu going towards Juan from Uruguay. All the way through. Oh man, what a body kick there on Tatami too. That's awesome. Now I know we're not supposed to get play-by-play, but that match caught my eye. That match caught my eye.
Well, no, it's not that we shouldn't do play-by-play because when the opportunity arises.
Right.
But if we focus on one match and someone's watching another one,
for sure,
that can be a bit.
It's a little challenging. Yeah.
Not impossible. But it's interesting that you can flit across the various tatamis just to find out what's going on and who's competing. For example, on tatami number 2 now we have Uruguay and Belgium. Walid Degali of Belgium is on 2 points, as is Juan Macedo of Uruguay. 2-2 the score at the moment, but the Senchu lies with Macedo of Uruguay. Tatami number 3 is the match between Finland and Latvia. Alexander Oberranin of Latvia, no score in that bout. And on tatami number 4, a match between Iceland and the Republic of Korea. Iceland leading 3 points to 0. Obviously, it has the century advantage to go with that. That's Hugh Haldorsson of Iceland. And there's 2 minutes 29 seconds on that match. Tatami number 3, Latvia versus Finland. No score. Coming up to the halfway stage in that particular bout.
Some great matches again. You know, everybody's fighting for that last spot. So you know, maybe the excitement of this one, this event could be on par with or just above of the World Championship. You know, the final phase, because everybody's fighting for that final spot, right? So the hunger and the drive is on another level.
And once we get to the final 32, it also will be round robin.
Oh yeah, true.
And then they'll have to get out of the pool
to
get into the brackets, and then ultimately to get into the medals. So it's when do you peak? At what point? Because there's not such a great distance between this phase of the World Championships and the final phase. Do they peak for this or do they peak for that? You can't make assumptions you've got to qualify though, can you?
No, I mean, karate's almost it's like a 11th or 10-month sport.
Yeah.
Right, we're on. It is a long season. A lot of people think that because the Premier League circuit is, within the first 6 to 7 months, that it stops there, and then everybody's just resting and having a good time. But a lot of times, athletes are in extra camps, or they're trying to find extra competitions to go to keep that match feeling and that experience level at a high, so that they can peak for a second time right here or right now, basically between this event and then the World Championships. But a lot of times we call it the minimal peak. So you peak for your event that you're working towards. You have this rapid recovery time of 24 or all the way up to 72 hours, and then they're right back to trying to find another minuscule peak. And that way your body's not over fatiguing, but then they're able to make those progressions throughout the whole year, as opposed to, all right, I'm going to peak for this one tournament and then I'm done after that, right? Because you have trial events, right? This is a trial event for the final phase of the World Championships, but each one of these athletes had to go through the trial events of their individual country, sustain those, the rankings in their country, but then let alone in their continent and the things that come with that. And then on top of that, now you have the world stage as well. So there's 3 parts that go into it all.
But what you've described is how incredibly difficult it is to be world champion.
Oh man, yeah.
All of that
exactly
culminates in number 1.
Number 1, undisputed number 1. That's pretty special, right?
It is indeed. Well, Cameron Madani, Coach Cam, we're going to leave it for you there and allow you to get back to the tatami
We have
and
some
focus
action.
on the coaching to
Yes,
try
sir.
to get your athletes into the final phase of the World
I
Championships.
appreciate it. Thank you. You're a legend in the commentary world, and I'm grateful to be learning so much from you. So thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me
I
back.
think I'm more a leg end than a legend.
No, it's
But
great.
thank you for your compliment.
For those of you watching, look out for Plus 84 coming up soon. We'll be back in the chair over there for U.S. athlete Edward Sigillian. Hopefully we can make our way out.
Okay. Thank you,
I
Cameron.
appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Take care. We're going to take a little break now and hope you enjoy the rest of the competition so far. So, right. So this is what I have.
Yep.
Normally, for the World Games or the Olympic Games, I have what is called a CIS system, which is a commentator's information system. And then I can drill down to all sorts of information about athletes and whatever. The best the WKF has is their website, which is okay to a fashion, as long as it's kept up to date. Right here we have four screens. So, welcome back from commentary position. We're in the Pierre de Coubertin Stadium for the qualification tournament of the individual World Karate Championships that are going to be taking place in Cairo in Egypt. We have 4 tatamis running at the same time, and we're looking at the male minus 84 kilogram round robin phase of the competition. There are 12 group pools in this phase, and each one of those pools or groups, which are referred to as, only the winner from each of the groups will go through, and they'll go through to the elimination phase, at which point only that elimination bout will produce the 6 winners that will in fact qualify to go to Cairo for the individual World Championship finals, and that will be for the top 32. So there are 24 athletes already qualified through the ranking system in the 4 previous World Championships, and there are another 6 places that will be determined here in Paris, and then the final 2 places will be the universality positions to produce the global representation that the sport of karate is looking for. So on the mat, we can see that there's, if you will be choosing to look at either tatami 1, 2, 3, or 4, but the commentary and our voices will be heard across all 4 tatami. So you can choose to listen to what we have to say, or if you rather prefer to focus on your mat, perhaps you can turn the sound down or even mute us. But I've got a guest commentator with me now that is going to give you some really interesting insight into how the referees are operating and selected. And that guest commentator is from the United States, very experienced referee, William Gutch. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be a part of this. Thanks for having me.
William, we've pulled you off the mat. We had permission from Javier Escalante, the world chief referee, for you to spare a few moments or a few minutes to talk about the referees in the World Karate Federation. How I'd like to know how you become a referee, what makes you want to be a referee, what is the process, and if anybody's interested, how maybe they could follow your footsteps. So, first of all, tell me a little bit about you and tell viewers your experience. I know you were a competitor until fairly recently as well.
Yes, exactly. So my background is as a kata athlete, part of the U.S. team for many years, Shotokan stylist. And I think that lends itself into the story of my journey as a referee as well. I started refereeing just about 20 years ago. I got my very first national license. I got my first international license 15 years ago. And what's interesting and unique is I was able to be an elite athlete and compete at the highest levels, but also participate and grow my referee career, advance through the licensing programs nationally, continentally, of course, now at the world level.
Excellent. What I might say is some of these athletes now, they're either semi-professional or they are completely professional. It must be so difficult to compete, and all that is required for that determination and focus, and also to try to develop a referee career as well. How do you manage that time?
You know, it's something I've always kind of loved doing, is just being very busy, and I think that's what it comes down to, is the referees that are participating at the highest levels, they are professional, semi-professional, the same way the athletes are professional, semi-professional. So balancing the two challenges, of course, you know, not always a lot of free time available, but a lot of the training that you do as an athlete helps you as a referee as well. And I think that's why you see so many of our great referees are former athletes.
And I guess you don't have to be a former athlete, but it must help, mustn't it? If you know what it's like to be hit, you know what it feels like on the mat as a kata player.
Yes. There is certainly a different feeling when you have participated, you know, as a Kumite competitor. You don't have to, you know, develop the understanding, the feeling of the competition, of the fight. You're able to just mold as a member of what's going on there. And the same thing for kata as well. You just inherently understand a little bit more.
Okay, now, I really want to hear what you've got to say, William, but we have a change of the division, so we need to just focus over here for a couple of moments and allow the athletes to be introduced onto the tatami, ready to start the competition. And as there'll be the formal bow and leaving the tatami, that gives us a chance to once again come back to the information you've got to share with us. So, are you a double A?
Yes, yes. I've been a double A now for 2 years.
No, I made that reference to double A because I know, having been a double A referee myself, but if you don't know karate or you don't know the process for referees, qualifications, can you explain what a double A actually means?
Yes, yes. So the double A, the referee, the Kumite referee A license, along with the kata judge A license, those are both the highest licenses you can have as a WKF referee. Every year, there are certain events you have to go to in order to take your examinations. Here in Paris is one of the events, and so many referees have been here now for 10, 11 days going through their evaluations. The first WKF license you receive is generally at a youth league event. Earlier this year it was in Fujairah, and that's where anybody trying to get their introductory WKF license would go. Once you have your Judge B licenses in either kata or kumite, then you can go to the other events, which is usually at a world championship event like here in Paris. And so you work through those levels one by one. In kata, there are 4 levels. I'm sorry, 2 levels in kata, and in kumite, there are 4 levels.
But that applies to continental level and to WKF, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Continental here in the PKF, we have 3 kata levels and 5 kumite levels.
What sort of period would you say from the starting an international career to get to a double A license?
Well, so every country is going to be a little different in terms of their requirements and whether or not they mandate the Continental Federation and how far through the Continental they have to go. But in general, most officials who get to this level, if they get to the double A license, it is 10 plus years of officiating experience.
That's a huge commitment, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And the cost associated with that, does the Federation help you?
So every federation will be a little different, but by and large, most of the referees and most of my colleagues are self-funded to a significant degree.
So you have to have deep pockets as a referee.
Yeah, that is true, and a lot of time as well.
And you have to have understanding families.
Very much so, very much so.
Big commitment, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm lucky enough that I get to bring my wife to a couple of these trips to have fun, enjoy ourselves, and so while I'm here at the event, she is experiencing all that Paris has to offer.
Does she practice karate?
She never did, she never did. She's a former elite athlete as a gymnast. Right. Which made her quite an important coach when I was competing as a kata athlete. She was, always pushing me, always supporting me as a wife, but also she was with me in the dojo.
And what is her name?
Her name is Alexis.
Well, fantastic, Alexis. Absolutely brilliant that you're giving the support to William. And it does take a team, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
As an athlete, you need support around you, but also as a coach or as a referee. These referees, now the WKF has a ranking system, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. So you can't just simply come to this event and expect to take part.
Absolutely. Once you get to that double A level, every event you go to, you receive an evaluation. You receive points, just like the athletes who are competing. They receive points for their participation. And so your tatami manager, the person who's in charge of the overall quality and performance of the tatami, does an evaluation for every A licensed referee in their tatami for the weekend. And those points accumulate across the number of events you participate in. That develops the ranking, and that develops what referees get to participate in events such as this, and of course Cairo coming up in a month.
How are the referees going to be determined for Cairo?
So for Cairo, you have, of course, the referee commission, which is all of the top-level referees in the world from the respective continents and those selected as well. You then have, from that ranking system, the top 30 referees get a bid, so to speak, based on the number of points they've accumulated. And then from there, the countries do have the ability to nominate up to 2 officials for the participation in the event. However, all of the referees that will be participating in Cairo have to fulfill the multi-continent, multi-event requirements to be able to be eligible.
So you couldn't simply think, well, I'll do 1 or 2 events a year and then I'll go to the World Championships.
Correct. The participation level, I mean, you have to do a minimum of 2 youth leagues, a Series A, you need to have Premier Leagues, and most of the referees that are at this level and are able to get into the ranking are doing multiple Premier Leagues.
And they have to be different continents as
Absolutely. At minimum of 3 continents across those qualifications.
So people listening must be thinking, goodness me, I don't want to be a referee. Look at all the costs, look at all the difficult processes that you have. How does it fulfill you, though, to achieve what you've achieved, William?
I think all of the referees that are here and continue to participate, it really shows the love they have for the sport, the love they have for Karate-Do, and really the camaraderie and friendships that you develop with each other. It's a community. It keeps people coming back, and I think that's the biggest draw, along with, especially for the former athletes, it keeps you engaged on the tatami. It makes you feel like you're a part of it again.
Talking about the tatami, let's focus, for example, on the tatami for a moment. On tatami number 2, we have Finland versus a WKF2 athlete. That's an individual neutral athlete, and they carry that WKF brand. And the tatami we're looking at, the referee in the middle of the mat now on that tatami, or indeed on tatami 3 between Finland and Ecuador, or tatami 4, England versus the Dominican Republic. How are they selected to go on that mat? You're going to be the referee for this bout.
Yes, so every tatami has a tatami manager, and then at this event, 3 tatami manager assistants. The TMAs, as we all call them, they are in charge of the deployments. So for each individual bout, they will develop the panel. Referee, judges, coach supervisor, score supervisor, and of course video review as well for the events that happen.
So if I don't know too much about karate, I think, well, I know this TMA that you refer to, maybe they're just going to pick their friends to be the referee. Is that the way it's done? Or is it more complicated than that?
It is, of course, more complicated. It starts with your license, and that will determine what you're even eligible to participate in. So those 4 WKF levels I mentioned before for Kumite, the first 2 are judge licenses, the next 2 are referee licenses. So, of course, if you only have a judge license, you cannot referee.
Right.
So only the judges who are people that have a judge license are available to do that, along with some of the more support functions, score supervisor, coach assistant, Kanza assistant. But the referee licenses, that gives you the ability to be a referee. But only the people that have a referee A license are able to be a Kanza and a video review supervisor.
And what's a Kanza?
The Kanza would be the arbitrator, the person that makes sure that all the rules are followed during the bout.
And that's when you hear a whistle blowing sometimes.
Absolutely.
Does that mean the referee's made a mistake, or is there a technical issue, or maybe a video review?
It could be any of those situations, and I think one of the things to highlight about the panel is the panel really is a team. Everybody has a job. And if everybody is doing their job appropriately, then everything just runs smooth and functions. And one of the jobs of the Kanza is to check things, double check the video, double check the time. And so the whistle going off isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just that person doing their job.
Do you have a favorite position? Referee, judge, cancer, tatami manager?
I think all referees love to referee. They love to be in that position. It's, of course, what gets the most attention. But really, it does need to be stated that the kanza position is likely the most important one to make sure everything is flowing the way it should be. And, you know, for everything from the equipment being of the right type, length, degrees, all those things, to the time, to the judges, to the scores. It's all those positions I think are critical. But, of course, everybody loves to referee.
Exactly. Your hope, I guess, is to go to Cairo?
Yes. I have been selected as one of my country's 2 participants, so I will be going to Cairo. Farid Ramadani, of course, is a member of the commission. Kathy Bailey, who's, I believe, still in the top 15, she's going. And then it'll be Cedric Barksdale, long-time legendary referee from the United States, and then myself.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not so far away, is it? Because we're only a month out from the finals of the World Championships, the top 32 in each division. It will be an exciting time, absolutely an exciting time. But your work here now isn't done. This is the 3rd day, but you've been working every day.
Yep.
And when there's a protest, there is an appeals jury.
Yes.
And how does that work? You're on the appeals jury, I understand.
Yes, for this event, also in Salzburg Series A, I was on the appeals jury as well. And so those are some of the officials that are selected anytime that there's a coach or an athlete that gives a protest. Maybe they're saying there's a contravention of the rules to some degree. There is a selection of 6 of the top officials, 6 of those AA referees, and then 3 of them are put on the appeals jury panel for that individual appeal, balancing conflicts and things like that.
Okay, so a little insight then for people who are not familiar with all of those rules. What's the role of I know you say to deal with the protest, but how do you go about that?
So, assuming all of the paperwork has been filled out, because this is a very, somewhat of a legal process, it feels like in a lot of ways, where all the I's need to be dotted and T's crossed. And so we received the paperwork of the protest describing what's going on, along with all the evidence available presented by the coach who is protesting. We also have the ability to access all of the cameras that are on the tatami in order to help us adjudicate the situation. So that's exactly what we do, is we will go through the evidence. We will conduct interviews with the relevant people from the panel, the referee, the tatami manager, whoever it might be. From that, we will determine if any contravention of the rules took place, and then either accept or decline the protest.
So it's a very thorough process.
Yes.
Open and transparent?
As much as can be, of course, yes. The conversations amongst the appeals jury are also supervised by, we have 2 supervisors for this event, Eva Mona and Giuseppe, who are both the secretary and assistant secretary of the referee commission.
Wow. It's quite an industry, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
But a very important part, because the athletes on the tatami have worked so hard to get the entry through their national federation to be the only one to represent their country with a chance to go to the World Championships. 546 athletes started out. We are in day 3. They're being eliminated down through the process of the elimination phase to only the top 6 to go through. So the responsibility for you as referees to make sure that this is a fair competition, a non-biased competition. You do get people who say, well, I think this referee was favouring this athlete, and it's always going to be that in the minds of people, particularly when their athlete lost out, or I felt that should have been a point and it didn't get a score. What would you say to people who feel like that as a referee?
Well, I certainly am no stranger to that feeling. As when I was competing, it was not an unusual thing to feel. And so sitting on the other side, by and large, the referees are all trying to do a good job. Everyone is trying to do their best. Everybody comes at it and just really evaluating what's in front of them, regardless of the countries, the continents, or anything along those lines. mistakes do happen, and that's where, that protest process is really there to empower the coaches and athletes, to give them something to make sure everything is fair. But truly, all the referees are doing their absolute best. They have multiple layers of checks and systems in place, along with feedback channels to improve the quality, to make sure that everything is happening as best as it can be.
Brilliant. William Getch, thank you very much for your time and the insight into the world of refereeing. And best wishes for the World Championships and the rest of your work here in the Pierre de Coubertin in Paris, France.
Thank you very much. Truly a pleasure.
So now everybody has an idea of what it's like to be a referee, how it feels like to be a referee, and we'll give you a chance now to just focus on the mat, on the competition, and I'll come back to you in a short while.
Because my ponytail is going.
Welcome once again. I'm Billy Brennan, and we have our next guest commentator and a former World Games gold medalist, junior world champion, and also a world senior silver medalist in Paris-Bercy, now retired as an athlete, but still very much involved in karate around the world, particularly with one of the partners, if you like, that the WK have, the sponsorships, and you'll see many of the gis and equipment around, and that is Arawaza, of course. And I'd like to introduce to you now Jelena Kovacevic Herrera.
Hi, hello. I'm Jelena Kovacevic Herrera.
Excuse my pronunciation.
You did it really, really good.
Now, Jelena, welcome. I can only speak English and a tiny piece of Spanish and a little bit of this, and I feel really humbled in your presence because you speak something like 5 or 6 languages.
Actually, yes, I can talk, and I'm fluent, let's say, with Russian, German, more and more with Spanish, and my English is getting better every day.
How embarrassed does that make me feel? My apologies.
No, it's fine.
I find it difficult. I'm a bit of a dinosaur. I'm an old boy now, right? So it's trying to teach an old dog new tricks is difficult. I do try to study Spanish. I do try to study French. I can understand much more than I can speak.
Actually, that's how happened, I guess, to everyone. To me, is the same. Even more that now, when I have 2 kids, I don't have time for official lessons, so I'm trying to learn by myself, and that's even harder, talking with people. But I believe that sport helps a lot, trying to communicate with all those beautiful people in karate world, where we like to say that we are karate family really often.
Yes,
it helps, and somehow I can say that was my motivation in the beginning, to be able to communicate with people and say something not only on the tatami.
And talking of the tatami, do you miss the tatami, competing?
A lot. My husband convinced me to come this year to watch the qualification tournament for the individual world championship, and I'm really happy because it's almost, I don't know, 7-8 years that I had opportunity to be and watch tournament in the venue, so I'm really happy to be able to make this trip.
And you represent the Croatian national team?
Actually, I came as a distributor of Arawaza brand, and I'm happy to see many athletes using that brand that I consider the best one, of course.
Well, that's the plug for the brand. Well,
I use it as an athlete, so now when I work with Arawaza, I'm happy because it's something that I really believe it's a good quality and a nice cut.
Okay.
So that's one of the reasons to be here, the same as to watch and see everything new that is coming in karate world.
On that topic of new, when you were competing, in Paris Bercy, in the World Games, in the World Combat Games. You have a very, very successful career when you were competing. There's been lots of changes. We now have a judge, we have the clicker system in karate. It was the flag system then, and there were 2 judges, then there were 3 judges. So how do you feel that those changes have improved karate now? Is it something that you think is much more exciting?
Karate is definitely developing each year, and I can say that just the fact that I'm watching in Miami, I'm watching live tournaments that I would like to watch before I couldn't. I see that as a huge advantage. Even athletes who cannot participate, they are able to check their opponents. I think that's normal in serious sports. Organization, it's amazing. Here is a high-level competition with a really good level of athletes who are trying to get their spot for World Championships next month. And I can say that each segment, from athletes, organization, and just everything is getting better every day, and we should keep pushing and working to be even more better.
Yes, because if you don't change, if you don't try new things, you end up being stagnant, and the world around you just moves on, and you get left behind. But the WKF are working all the time, and this is a new initiative, Jelena, to try and provide some information across 4 tatami at the same time. There's only one commentary for all 4 tatami, so whichever one you're looking at, you'll be hearing our voices, and we may be focusing on one. So it's difficult to give a play-by-play update, but I can give you the scores. For example, on tatami number 2, the match between a WKF2 athlete and the Czech Republic, the score is 0-0. On tatami number 3, 51 seconds on the clock, it's 3-0 to Serbia against Uzbekistan. On tatami number 4, Puerto Rico against Poland.
Yes, a really good athlete from Puerto Rico, doing her job, trying to get yes, at the moment I think she lives in Spain and working with coach Ivan Leal, if I'm correct, and she's increasing her level last few years. I haven't watched her few months, but I'm sure she will do amazing job here.
She's doing incredibly well here. She's 5-0 up on Natasha Chizweska of Poland, and she has the advantage now. When you were competing, Jelena, there was the Senchu wasn't part of the criteria then, was it?
No, that's one of the new thing in karate. Back in my time, Senshu didn't exist. It was, I believe it's something that makes karate more active, more attractive. People are trying to fight since really beginning. I was pretty much, most of my career, I was really aggressive fighter. And I like to attack, I like to make people enjoy a lot of technique. But we know that many athletes were not doing that, which I think is important to be again a part of Olympic Games or attractive for the sponsors and the fans. So the Senshu is one thing that I think is really, really good that happened to karate as a part of the rule.
Yes, now there are a lot of changes in that period since you were competing, and another is, of course, video review. Video review wasn't available in the same way, was it?
No, I just remember when the first time I think like my last active karate season, I was able to compete with video review, and my coach just didn't think to use it enough, because he was okay, make your point and that's it, like we are not going to ask. And we were like still confusing how to use it exactly, and in my opinion helps a lot because athletes are faster, there are more techniques, and we can see soccer and sports today, it's a technology that we have to use and be upgrade. So I think it's amazing and helps a lot to be fair and make the best to win.
Now, we've had a question on Tatami 1 from Lars Nielsen-Lind, and if I have interpreted his question correctly, he's put it in the chat, but he's suggesting here that the VAR function should have the ability to review your opponent's score and to, for example, I think he's saying that if there was a score from red from the judges and then there was a censure given for that, but that censure wouldn't be given until there's a video review for blue. So let's say, for example, when that review takes place, if the video review is to give the score to blue, then perhaps they should get the censure if, when the video review is studied, red's score, although given by the judges, may be passed or shouldn't have scored, or was possibly second perhaps. But I think that's a very difficult thing to consider, because the VAR process, the opportunity for the video review, is to help your opponent, not to harm your opposition. It's to help your athlete, not to harm the opposition. I think that's really the essence of it, because if we started to go down that road, then it would be challenges all the time, I'm sure, because coaches, it would be in their interest. I don't think that was a score. I want to do a video review to try and have that cancelled. At this moment, the situation is where if you believe your athlete has scored a point, you ask for a video review. If indeed it is valid, you get the point. But I don't think it's advantageous to take away anything that's already been given by the judgment of the officials.
I agree. I think that should be the main purpose of a VAR. The only situation that I saw is the moment when sometimes coach lose the card to request a video review, and the other coach requests the point, which was the point, but here the referee hadn't seen and the coach doesn't have where. Sometimes I think it should be checked if that points came after, to not get even that it's request with a video review. And definitely with something new, we will, as a sport, we will have to check, see how it's going, and maybe upgrade a little bit. But the main idea, I think it's correct and really nice. So
yeah, the general principle, I think, of video review is sound. It gives a voice to the coach, and now it gives a voice to the athlete, because if the athlete feels they've scored, they can ask the coach to put in the video review.
I think today, my opinion, my only critique about karate is that athletes are maybe showing too much jumping. I would prefer to have one traditional touch of behaves, being there, more bow, doing the things as a karateka traditional, without so many gesticulation, jumping. That's my only comment today for karate, for young karateka. But their athletic performance is amazing, karate skills, and they are just doing amazing job for our sport. So
exactly.
But we can see many times, almost each fight, they are doing things with the hands and complaining, or I know that it's part of sport, less of martial arts, but I would prefer to put that in the rules more clear. So
and that's a good point you make, Jelena, because appropriate celebration is a real consideration for the judgment. And if it is inappropriate celebration, the athletes can be sanctioned. So it is something that the Rules Commission, I know, have been looking at, and hopefully that will be made a little clearer, because I think there's a fine balance between raw emotion and celebration. When you, let's say for example, an athlete has just defeated a world champion, now the emotion that's built up for that 1 second of elation is expressed in different ways.
Yes, definitely to celebrate. Yes, my opinion was regarding during the fight. I just think that during the fight, sometimes it happened too many movements or complaining that it should be like that's maybe more my personal style. Definitely not. It has to be like that, but I always connect martial arts, the part that we are, not just the sport. So I love that behaves.
You've touched on a really important issue, because there are people I know who look at what we have now on the tatami and say, well, that's not karate. That's a game. That's a sport, but it's not the martial art of karate. We have that said about this. I think we have to recognize that this is the sport of karate, and the martial art is different. And the tradition of martial art of karate is really, really important, because that's where we come from. That's the culture that we are from. And how that interacts, sport and tradition, because there's some athletes now who just train Kumite. They don't practice kata.
Balance is important, and I don't like McDonald's dojos. I prefer really have at least
there are other brands.
I prefer old school, especially for the kids, and in the dojo for coaches who work in the beginning to make a base, to teach those kids kata. And then if some of them want to kumite, fine, but I really prefer to have a nice base. And I was not surprised, but it was amazing. Once, I don't know, 15 years ago, I was a part of a Japanese national training camp, and their kumite players are able to do kata training the same level, to be competitive at the Worlds. So that for me was really nice to see. I know that it's not easy to do both, but at least to have nice base and some part of traditions to make a beautiful balance between sport, karate sport, and karate as a martial art.
Now, just thinking about the age groups that we have in karate now, we have the youth league in the WKF, so children can compete 10, 12 years old, then they go into the A series, then they go into the Premier Leagues. There's so much more karate competition available now than there were just 10 or 15 years ago.
That's true. I was competing minus 53 after minus 55 when categories changed, and in this system today, I wouldn't be able to cut weight like I did before, because my goals were Worlds or European Championships, a Premier League by that time, other tournaments, just to be on shape and compete. Most of the time, not even my division. So today, I think it's financially hard, and more than that, I started competing once I was 18 years old. So I think I had a long and nice career. I'm not against kids competing, but after I graduated economy, after that I studied at Kinesiology University, and it made my opinion even more clear. I'm against early specialization. I think what I say in the beginning, kids should develop, they have to work hard, of course, to compete. And I know that today it's a challenge, big challenge for coaches to make them develop, and in the same time be ready for each of those tournaments, that there are many in karate calendars. And But we are developing. We are getting more and more professional. So it's a one challenge that we as a sport and coaches and each dojo, we have to find a way, again, find a good balance. But as I say, it's a lot of tournament, and for young kids is a huge challenge regarding the early specialization.
Sure, but it's choices. There's a lot of opportunity. They can take it or leave it. They can miss them. They don't have, because the vast majority of karateka don't compete anyway. Because you have recreational karate. They go to the dojo. They exercise. They learn the sport. Some are in for self-defense. Some are in for competition. But karate as an activity can satisfy all of your needs.
Yeah, that's one reality that we have in our sport, and I'm glad. It's amazing sport. I make a comment also. I was talking with many coaches this weekend, and some of them are struggling financially to follow all those tournaments, and we have to keep pushing and trying to find a way how to get the status to make them financially established.
Yes.
In worldwide, I'm thinking not just specific countries, to be able to grow together even faster and stronger.
And that is exactly what we're looking for. Fantastic. So, Jelena Kovacevic Herrera. Correct?
Herrera.
Herrera, okay. Forgive
But
me for that.
Kovacevic, which I think it's really hard to pronounce, you're doing amazing.
Okay, yeah. I was part way there. Thank you very much for your time and best wishes.
Thank you very much. I'm happy. I'm glad to be here and to stay part of karate world and see how everything is going better and better every day.
Excellent.
So good luck to everyone. Good luck for all athletes, competitors, coaches, and I hope see you again.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there you have it. Jelena, fantastic. That was really great to have some insight from a former World Games, World Combat Games champion, and a silver medalist in the World Championships in Paris-Bercy in 2012. And anybody who was remembering that, there were 16,000 people watching that, and that's how karate is developing over the years. I'll come back to you soon with more guest commentators and more information and updates on the competition. check the photos.
I can make my comments.
Okay.
No, this will be perfect. Perfect.
14:30, 14:40 termina ese tatami.
Ok.
Los demás siguen, pero este tatami termina.
Perfecto.
Se queda vacío y los demás van continuando. Entonces, lo vamos a dejar un rato
Sí.
y cortamos.
Perfecto.
Ya te digo.
Lo dejo con mute y me avisás,
Sí,
ningún problema.
O sea, eso, lo ponemos con mute un rato.
Sí, yo te lo dejo en
mute.
mute y vos me decís cuándo.
Vale.
Si querés avisarme 5 minutos antes, tiro el video promo y ya
Sí,
lo
por
cortás
eso,
cuando
porque
quieras.
es que lo estaba viendo y hay como una cosa, un cacho así, ¿no? De que
Sí,
los demás
el más largo es el 3.
Sí, el más largo es el 3 y eso, el tatami 1 es el primero que termina muy pronto y los demás siguen.
Vos me avisás, cuando estás por cortar me decís, Juan, voy a cortar, yo lanzo el video y te digo, listo.
Vale, igual después hablo con Esteban y te digo a ver cuánto break tenemos entre una ronda y otra.
Perfecto.
Igual tenemos como ayer un cuarto de hora o algo así,
problema.
pero te digo luego.
Lo gestionamos, no
Vale,
hay problema.
escucha.
Una sola cosa,
Ya.
me dicen los realizadores
Sí.
que el grafismo está bien lo que es el resultado, el code y todo lo de ahora, pero entre pelea y pelea, cuando tiran las estadísticas, dice que están teniendo mucha o sea, que no están coincidiendo las estadísticas de cada lucha con la lucha que se está realizando. Sí. Entonces que en algunas peleas no están lanzando las estadísticas porque ponen estadísticas de otras luchas.
Vale.
Como que no sé cómo lo están manejando eso.
Lo hablo con...
Para que lo sepan.
Es tema de ellos, claro, obviamente.
O sea, por ahí actualizan las estadísticas y terminan poniendo las estadísticas de la pelea anterior.
Claro.
Entonces ellos no las están publicando a veces. Cuando coinciden las publican. Pero cuando ven que no es las estadísticas de la pelea que acaba de terminar, no las publican.
Vale, pues lo hablo con ellos para que estén vendiendo.
No sé cómo es que la actualizan o cómo...
Yo creo que es un operador que tienen por ahí, que es el que le da el botón, que no está dando bien.
Ok, para que estés informado.
Les aviso a ellos.
Listo.
No estaba, pero ahora que me voy a cargo lo hablo con él.
Vale.
Gracias.
Možda kao drugi proziv. Viso. Nemamo više, možda kao drugi proziv jer imam 8 grupa. I 4 drugih najboljih polazi. Samo pogledajte sad.
In life, you have only one question. Is it worth fighting for it or not? Let's make a Karate Kid.
When you understand that, you'll be ready.